Right, is this thing working? Are we on now? Hello? Just waiting for chat to confirm that it's on and someone can hear me and see it and all the things. And then we'll get started. Someone tell me you can see me and hear me. Lasha, that's a beautiful message, and I appreciate you sharing. I've got a bunch of high mates. Oh, I've got a yes. Train spotter Kyle YT. You get the prize. The prize is me going like this. Train spotter YT. Thank you. First person telling me we're all in. Right. So, Train Sim Mod 6 launch day. Big shout out to everybody, and I want to say thank you to you for all supporting us. I just checked on Steam, and we're number 9 in top sellers on Steam. So, yeah, I don't understand it, but I appreciate it. Given it's a sale at the moment. Hang on, I've just realised that I reconfigured my Steam Deck to talk to a different profile. And I need to configure it back. Capture card audio. That's better. That's better. We can turn that down now. All right. Someone with pink headphones in the picture. I know that's a bug. I can't get rid of it, dude. It's like, you know, it's there all the time whenever I play it. I'm a bit blurry. I don't know what to do about that. Let me have a quick look. No, that's not the camera. Colours I'm getting on this camera are just garbage. I'm all orange. We put it on default, it's all washed out. That's a bit better. No, not that way. Not that way. Is that oversaturated? Now all the colour's gone. Can't adjust the white balance. I can't see any other way of adjusting this picture. It's not great, but you know what? It's just a little stupid little camera in the corner. It'll have to do. Right, okay. Let's get on with some trains. I thought. Actually, I didn't think. I was starting to think, and then I got distracted. Let's do some Riviera to get going, because Riviera, yay! Now I've done the 150 on some streams. I've done the Voyager on some streams. I've not done the 802. Since the previous stream, so let's do the Voyager. Cardiff, so it's Exeter, St David's to Plymouth. Yeah, I think so. I think so. We'll throw in a little fog as well. Camera's fine, is it, Redman? Thank you. Okay. Oh, Voyager. Right, put that on. Put that on. Actually, I'm going to put that on off. Neutral, sorry. We have things to flick. That one. That one. That one. That one. That one. That one, that one. Excellent. Open the doors. Let's get the headlights set up. Good.
Edinburgh to Edinburgh Waverley, calling at Tiverton Parkway, Taunton, Bristol Temple Meads, Bristol Parkway, Cheltenham Spa, Worcestershire Parkway, Birmingham New Street, Burton-on-Trent, Derby, Chesterfield, Sheffield, Wakefield Westgate, Leeds, York, Darlington, Durham, Newcastle Central, Morpeth, Berwick-upon-Tweed, and Edinburgh Waverley. The next train to 10:30, Great Western Railway service to Waiting.
We'll get to go in a minute. Close the doors. Well, welcome to the stream. As we get started, I'm going to be here for a few hours, and just sit back. This is a chill stream. If you're tempted to go and pick up yourself a copy of Train Sim World 6, don't let me stop you. But otherwise than that, enjoy. If you have got TSW6 and you want to share how you're getting on with it, if you've got any questions, make sure you ask. I'll try and answer. Maybe we can do an demo every now and again.
This Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
There's something you're stuck
We'll be
on.
calling at Dawlish, Tinworth, Newton Abbot, Totnes, Ivybridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keogh, St Udo Ferry Road, Saltash, St Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Park, Lost Whitting, Park, St Austin, Truro, Redruth, Camden, Payne, St Herb, and Penzance.
We got there.
The next station is Dawlish.
If you're on standard edition Welsh Transport, you don't own the Voyager. The Voyager is a deluxe edition, or an extra DLC you can pick up as well. Cheesy, the Flying Scotsman is bugged. You're going to need to give me a little more to go on, Cheesy. Do all the routes and trains have passenger announcements? All the TSW6 routes and trains have announcements, but anything prior to TSW6 doesn't. Now. David, no, you should never have. Same for anybody else. If you have bought something, if you own something even if you own it for free, in TSW 5 or 4 or 3, then you don't need to buy it again. If it is not showing up, please talk to our support team, and they will help figure out why it's not showing up. You should never have to buy anything twice. My microphone a bit quiet. Oh yeah. Alright, is that better? Oh crikey, I'm maxing out. How about now? Is that better? Yeah, we're doing better than the game now. Super loud. 100 miles an hour. So folks, tell me what you're enjoying about TSW6. What are you having any troubles? Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Important bit of this evening. Trains. Yes, trains. Mr. Train Guy, if you're missing content, then that's it. eSIM2's got you hooked, got you sorted. Jab, you're enjoying the Riviera line. The Riviera line I'm seeing a lot of appreciation for. I mean, all of them I am actually. But no, the Riviera line seems to be the star of the pack. Peninsula Corridor and Baby Bullet and the MP15, Danny Hughes, they'll be coming along in due course. Hopefully not too long. They'll be debranded, but they will be coming. I just don't think they're ready for today. TGT is the Discord bug fix? No, it's a Discord bug. I have sent numerous requests in the last year or so asking Discord if they could please change it, but they've never been able to get anywhere with it, so... Nope, it'll probably still show up as Train Sim Mod 4. Or whatever it was doing before. Oh, HST. Lovely. I love that there's HSTs on this route. The 45 DP is probably my favourite of the bunch, Angwu, it has to be said. I think from some sort of casual polling around, Voyager is generally the more popular, but for me the 45 DP is really cool. I love the dual power. David Ham spent the last 5 days on Riviera Line, not even looked at the others yet. Awesome. You got the free starter pack. Will you get the 3 base routes as it did that for TSW5? Not with the free starter pack. No, it didn't do that with TSW5 either. The free starter pack is just the training centre essentially. So it'll bring all your older content across. But you don't get the new content like Riviera Line. Why is TSW6 standard not on Xbox Game Pass? Those decisions are up to Microsoft. They opted to continue with TSW5 this year. Maybe they prefer the West Coast mainline. I don't know. We don't have any plans to do a 158 Derry's trains. The 158 is Skyhooks, so be a question best aimed at Skyhooks direction. Do you still need Dresden Reeser installed with TSW6, or is it only okay? So, if you don't need Dresden Reeser, no, I'm just going to simply put, you should have Dresden Reeser installed. Yes, actually. Because Dresden, one of the main reasons we bundled Dresden Reeser for free was that it's got a load of locos and things in it which are not part of Dresden Leipzig, so if you don't have Dresden Reeser, any other routes which were layer dependent on Dresden Reeser, you won't get that extra content, the extra layers. And similarly, some of that Dresden Reeser content actually is used on Dresden Leipzig as well. I think 143 is from Dresden Reeser rather than Dresden Leipzig. So the short, simple answer is yes, please. You should have Dresden Reeser installed as well. It won't use any of Dresden Reeser the route, but it will use the trains. When you say went to the works, do you mean turned faults off, Scott? How long does it take from planning TSW6 to launching it? Well, pretty much a year. I mean, there is a bit of a gap, but because there's patches going on. You know, when 5 launched, there was patches and updates and fixes going on for a couple of months, if not more. But we were thinking about 6 back when 5 launched, so the whole process end to end started. I would say a year is a fair end to end. Oh yeah, we're stopping here.
We are now approaching Dawlish.
Can you please get a controller made? So there are lots of people making controllers. I've actually just written up all of the documentation for the hardware API. So we're going to get, in the next roadmap article, I think you'll get the documentation and a Q&A about the hardware API. And there are people like tscontrollers.com who are already using the API for their controllers. And I'm also talking to 2 or 3 other people about them adopting the API for their controllers as well. There's one guy in the States making these really awesome model railway controllers, but they're big, like, control stands for the American locos, which is really cool.
This is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
So yes, I'm hoping that this will encourage more people. I am going to do a bit of a stream series, or maybe a video series. I don't know yet. I might do a mix of the two, where I want to try and show you all how to make your own controllers with a little bit of cheap, with some cheap components and some cheap bits and pieces, and try and demystify it a bit, because it's so easy. It's so easy. These days making this stuff work is a lot easier than it ever has been. You will need a bit of technical nous, but like, you don't need to be an electronics guru. And it's a bit of different fun. Joe Fosoid, so we are continuing on. I mean, if you're on Series S, this comes with a fairly big freeing up of memory. On the other platforms it doesn't. It was a Series S improvement. So yeah, we're looking at it, but that work will be to follow.
This Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Teignmouth, Newton Abbot.
I should do a shed on the line, shouldn't I? I haven't done a freight on this route yet, Riley. Find me a service, yeah?
St. Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St.
Teignmouth.
Liscard, Bodlin Parkway, Lost Withiam.
Oh yes, with PowerPoint, Liam.
St. Austell, Truro, Redruth, Campbell, Hale, St. Earth, and Penzance. The next station is Teignmouth.
The only work train we've got is the railhead treatment train in the UK. We haven't got any other work trains. The problem is getting access to them, reference for them, sounds for them. It's difficult. Jay, there are no new features on older routes. The signal behaviours, I think, kind of works on the older routes, but you don't really see it. So things like announcements and faults and that only work on new trains. Hello, Mr. Voyager. That was presumptuous of me. Well, we've got a little bit of a weird service, haven't we? Teignmouth, Newton Abbot, Totnes, Ivybridge. This is a bit of a stopper service. It is a 2 Charlie 67, so it is a 2, not a 1. Work trains, I assume, means maintenance of way trains, Great Western Photography. Why is the 221 not in the game? Because we had to pick one or the other due to resources and so forth. We only had access to the 220, and they're not the same train. So same as the reason we did the 801 Azuma, not the 800. They're a different train. The 800 is the one we had access to.
We are now approaching Teignmouth.
Got no plans to do bullet trains, and I'd love to work with Scepter, but I don't think they want to be in train simulators at the moment.
This is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
Has the C disappearing being fixed, Terry? I know we fixed it internally. I couldn't tell you for sure whether that made it out today or not. If it didn't, then it will come out very soon. I can't go and have a look on my Xbox, unfortunately, because my Xbox is on the beta program. It's had to be done. Will TSW5 mods work on TSW6? Some might not, I don't know. We've not done anything to purposefully make it break, but it largely depends on the mods and how they're constructed and what they're trying to do. So I can't make assurances one way or the other. Oh yes, definitely my favourite collectible. We need to be doing more cannons. Now my microphone's clipping a bit, is it? Alright, I've turned it down just a hair. I'm going to start looking at the beta program stuff from October the 13th. I've got a bunch of other stuff I need to get out of the way first. So then I'll start going through the list, and probably take me a couple of weeks. The year is flying by. It really is. It just occurred to me that would make it the end of October, which means there's only 2 more months left in the year. What the heck?
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Newton Abbot, Totnes, Ivybridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keon, St Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lost Vivian,
Newton Abbot.
St Austell, Truro, Redruth, Camborne, Hale, St Erth and Penzance. The next station is Newton Abbot.
Has someone checked to make sure that to see if the 220 fix went out in the patch today? I thought it was going to be, but then I didn't see it in the patch list. I'm a Suffolk boy, aye. When we get the Gemmel, I know when I get my tractor. So there's a bunch of problems with the Gemmel, unfortunately, not the least of which is licensing. If we could do the Gemmel, I would do the Gemmel. I quite like that route. Surprised Amazed Hayes isn't here, cheering for the team. Owen, yes, if you want to use DirectX 12 you still need to add the command line. It's still not officially supported, so the default is DirectX 11 still. So is anyone pre-ordering themselves an ROG Xbox Ally handheld? I'm tempted, they look good. And how many Steam Deck players have we got here? Alias, I don't have a date for when the final termination announcement will go in. I know I was talking to the audio lead today about it. Newton Abbot. You want one era Gemmel. So what with 90s and the odd 47. Longman, so APT is operational. It's just on this part of the route it does basically nothing. If you put an ATP is not installed anywhere else, and we only implemented what they call partial supervision on this, so even if you had it implemented elsewhere it wouldn't work. So we only have partial sim. Liam, your Steam Deck user, nice. Would licensing become easier once it's nationalised? No idea. I suspect it will, but it's too early to confirm that. Yeah, Yalio, we've got a fix for that. It just, because of localization reasons, didn't make it out in first patch, so it'll come out in the first post-release patch. Yeah, and to be honest, the Steam Deck is a solid machine, Tuxcat.
We are now approaching Newton Abbot.
I submitted TSW6 for review for Steam Deck the other day, so we won't get the gold certification because I still need to get the various bits of work done, but hopefully we'll get the playable certification again. You've got the Legion Go, Phil. I do like the idea of the Legion Go. I like they've got the whole thing where you can use it as a mouse and just disconnect the controls, sort of like the Switch 2 does now. There was me thinking the Switch 2 was doing something original and different. Bongman, does ATP work or no? It isn't a yes or no question.
This is Newton Abbot.
On this section of the route, on the Riviera line and the South Devon Main line, they only use partial supervision ATP. That works. You can see the 3 dots at the bottom here. That's basically all it does. Full supervision is not implemented. You've got the normal ROG Ally, have you, James Raw? How do you find the ROG Ally? Normally, ROG stuff is really good, so I've got high hopes. What rail tours are on this line? You've got Scotsman, Western. Can't remember what else. I think there's 2 Westerns. Will ATP be implemented in full on the London Reader Reading B Master? No. No plans for that. Steam input is really cool, isn't it, Londo? I was always impressed with that on the Steam controller.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway
Totnes.
service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Totnes, Ivybridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keon, St Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lost Withiam, Parr, St Austell, Truro, Redruth, Camborne, Hale, St Erth and Penzance. The next station is Totnes.
Almost up to the 60. Hey there, Transient Play, how are you doing? Updates on the Tadami line. We'll try and get some updates on that for the roadmap, train guy. That's probably the best way to do that. Nick B, almost 77% and counting, but your internet has decided to choose snail mode. No, I hate that. You got the Rona as well, Train Simply. Fortunately, I'm doing all right, but we've had a couple of people out with the Rona lately. It does seem to be coming through. We're going around on its comeback tour. Lucas, if you remember from, well, you know, if you don't know who Lucas is by now, that's a problem. Lucas is down with the Rona at the moment. Nick Beach, your local route. Yes, it's. I had someone come up to me on Greatest Gathering. You may be in the chat. If you are, I'll shout out to you. They came up to me in the Greatest Gathering, and he said, "You know, I know you can't say anything, but I would really like it if we could have Exeter to Paignton and Exeter to Plymouth, and modern day with the 802s would be really good." And I nearly died. I was just like, I really want to say yes, but I can't say anything. Jay Richmond, the Voyager sounds are the best we can do without access to a Voyager, I'm afraid. We are still trying to get access to a Voyager. We explained this on the various streams. Probably one for Rivet Isle Film Productions, given that's their roots. Will the new stock layer onto other routes? I think the Voyager is going on to Birmingham at some point. If not already, I can't remember. I know that Birmingham Crew is going to have Voyager layer on it. I can't remember what else. Oh, Manchester Airport Commuter I think is getting a Voyager layer. I don't think the 150 layers anywhere. The 802 will be layering onto the remaster for one service as a sort of like a trial train, given the time period of the remaster being around sort of 2015. They rather predate the 802s. Mac already has the Voyager there. Thank you, Londo. Look at me paying no attention to speed limits. Are we going downhill? We must be on the other side of the bank. That's what it is. Yeah, down 2.7%. No, trains have a cut-off level of detail for performance reason, Daniel. There's no plans to put the Arrow 3 on New York Trenton, but I am very aware of the desire for it. Liam, they're optional. What are optional? Sorry, Liam, I can't remember what I said, 30 seconds ago. Alan Gibson, that was you gathering asking that question. Well, cheers, Alan. You have no idea how much it pained me that I couldn't answer your question and make you happy. I think you were the only person that asked for the exact route that we'd made. Trains 4472. Okay, that confirms the fix isn't out yet. If you clip the emergency brake on the Voyager, it locks on. You can't get rid of it. There is an egregious hack where you use the other cab to release the brake, but it's difficult and awkward. Basically, don't clip the emergency brake until the fix goes out. I was hoping it would go out today. It doesn't seem to have gone out today, which means it will go out in the first main patch, which I think is next week. Speed limits, yeah, they're optional. Bits and pieces of videos don't really help, Stuart. I mean, in order for us to get the sound, we need to get microphones on it, and then get the driver to rev the thing up and down. which so you can't really get it from videos, and you also need to have decent enough equipment. We've invested in a significant amount of equipment for doing these recordings. We just need to get access to one. Hopefully not too difficult to get access to, but we'll see. And Katori, there are no plans at this time for TSW6 on Game Pass, only TSW5. Right, Andrews, you're a bit confused about Spirit Steam. What are you confused about? Ice Cold, I believe today's update fixed the problem with audio, so you can return your settings to how you had them. I've had a couple of messages from people confirming that it's fixed, so restore your settings and see how you get on. Can you add the Voyager onto Birmingham? You can just use free play and spawn the Voyager on it, yes. But layers, you'll have to wait until the update comes out for it. Tadami line will be coming at some point, Wesley. It's still in production. Routes take a long time to make.
We are now approaching Totnes.
Wonder why the cables of the power cable towers are always tight instead of curved. I don't know quite what you mean. Barnsy Barnes, after 4 hours my DLC has been installed. Oh, enjoy, enjoy.
This is Totnes.
You're doing better on Series S, are you, David Coe? That's really good to hear.
Penzance.
It was quite a big memory improvement from the SDK. Oh, we're early again. What is going on? We'll be setting a standard. Everyone will start expecting good driving. I don't really have a favourite route to make, Adamus. I was more involved, I think, in Morristown, because there was a lot of beta team and internal support pushing for Riviera and for Leipzig, but so I kind of put more of my effort into Morristown, but I've enjoyed all of them.
Dockyard, Keown, St. Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St. Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lost Withiel, Parr, St. Austell, Truro, Redroof, Camborne, Hale, St. Earth, and Penzance. The next station.
It happens
is
occasionally,
Ivy
Jason.
Bridge.
Where's the TSW6 t-shirt? In the wash, Riley. Got my dovetail one on today. Right, let's make our way to Ivy Bridge. Is this a 5 car? Yes, I believe so, judging by this. Riley, ask it again. Or do you mean the one about the 4F layering on Spirit of Steam? No reason, just time. Hey there, Christopher Brown. Run our way up the next bank. Adam Cressy, how long will I be streaming for? All of the times. Probably till midnight-ish. When everyone gets bored of me and says, God, were you never going to shut up? That'll probably be when I stop streaming. The UTU layer. I think that's... I don't know. Monty Burns Wakey. Tyler might be the best person to ask that. We've made the timetable. I seem to recall he mentioned it. Maybe have a look at the article for the route. Maybe I know he outlined what the layers were, and you can maybe there was something in there about it. Peter, 802 restarting issue on Xbox S. What is the issue, Peter? We haven't changed the timetable yet, John, on Frankfurt S-Bahn, but I think we wanted to get some more optimizations in first. Otherwise, what you don't want to do is constantly be chasing your tail of free up some memory, fill it up again. Free up some memory, fill it up again, because then the game's just constantly suffering. There are no plans at this time to go on to Game Pass with TSW6 Trainspotter Carl. It is TSW5 is on there, but Train Sim World 6 is not. No plans to do the 7:30 at the moment, Luke. Now, Ches, have you got it downloading at the moment then? Yeah, the only bad thing about the re-download, aside from the amount of time it takes, David, is it just rather make it obvious how much you've got. Oh, so you've got it working, Barnesy Barnes. What platform are you on? There was your horn toot, Train Spotter Kyle. Sebastian LaRue, where it shows 4 of the same trains? No, that's a bug. It doesn't matter which one you pick, so it's not the end of the world, but it is one of the things we will have on the fix list. Cleveland, no, I'm on my my PC. Will the 4F Fowler layer onto the Riviera line? It doesn't, as far as I'm aware, Riley, and you can get a full outline of all of the layers on the article that covered the Riviera. Scott Powell, the download took a day and a half. Wow. Yeah, I'll give the Voyager a quick test after this. Yeah, the missing stat is on my list, APeagle. I have this big long list of things that Matt wants fixed. Will you consider streaming in 1440 or 4K? I've been thinking about streaming in 4K, Ronald. I need to do some experimenting, because this is all running in 4K now. The game that you're watching is actually running in 4K. And then obviously my capture card, which is a 4K capture card, is downscaling it to 1080p for output. So I have everything I need to scale it to stream in 4K. I just need to do some experiments and then and see how it is. He's saying I've got blurry. Is that better? Well, making it PS4 Pro enhanced, we did quite a long time ago, Sly Raccoon, and we've not so far seen any sort of benefit in why it would matter to be PS5 Pro enhanced. Is it possible to get a Class 800 or from the 802 model? I don't know what's involved in that, Jason. These things are always never as easy as they first look. Well, on my own channel, I don't normally stream in Twitch anymore, Londo, because the bit rates and everything are too restrictive, whereas YouTube doesn't have that problem. So I would try it on my own channel. But I want to do is make sure that people who watch, if they've only got 1080p, they still get a good quality stream. Hunch, do you mean when you, so in free roam, when you place the 220 you can't make it move? What platform were you on? I do like the audio on this. Full credit to All Aboard Simulations for supplying some new audio for this one. One and a half miles to Ivy Bridge. The game is going blurry, Riley. Is anyone else seeing the game go blurry? I could get the camera going blurry, but I don't know. That suggests maybe you'll need to downscale your bitrate maybe for the stream. Maybe you can't handle the bitrate of the stream and it can't catch up. Welsh transport enthusiast. I see what you mean. So in audio, there is a setting all train announcements. If this is set to off, then trains that do not have announcements in real life won't get them. If it is set to on, all trains that have the announcement system get them. So like the Voyager in real life does not have an automatic announcement system. The guards do it or the conductors do it by themselves. So in this instance, technically the automatic system is not realistic. So if you switch this to off, then the Voyager won't have automatic announcements. Does that make sense? No, dynamic weather isn't on, but I put a little fog in, Jason. I put a smidge of fog on. Turnip Gaming, are you still getting the audio bug? Because I'm told it's fixed. So if it's not, then yeah, definitely please let me know. Kabepe, it's going to be so peaceful. No, it won't. You'll find the next thing that you really, really want, and then we'll start all over again, and that's cool.
This is Ivy Bridge. This is a Great Western Railway.
Yeah, a little bit of fog, Redman, will make it to where you just it just lifts the lighting a little bit. Actually, makes the world look a little bit more like there's volume in front of you. Where are the solo packs for Riviera and Voyager? Ludwig Tales. I don't know, but I would ping our support people if you can't find them. They should be up by now. There was a patch today, Lucas, that should fix it. It's fixed for you only, me. Right, okay, so PS5 audio is fixed. Fantastic. That's what I was hoping. That's what I was told earlier on, that it was fixed. What's the most difficult part in route creation? I don't know. I think it's all got its challenges. One of the most time-consuming bits is all the scenery. Plymouth. Signalling is very technically complex, and sometimes difficult to get all the reference and to figure out, and then figure out all the gaps. Hang on a minute.
Penzance. We'll be calling at Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keam, St. Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St. Germans, Liscard, Bodwin Parkway, Lost Withiam, Parr, St. Austell, Truro, Redroof, Campbell, Hale, St. Earth, and Penzance.
Welsh Transport Enthusiast, what platform are you on? I'm going to give the Voyager a try in a minute. Plymouth. Ronald Owen, we tried a number of options with back-end platforms to see if we could find a way of doing it to where it would access the content in its old folder, but the best we could get to was that if we did that, we'd never be able to patch anything or update any of those things that are shared. I didn't think that was acceptable. "10 miles to Plymouth." It's your home city, is it, Plymouth, Nick? Excellent. Near a very nice bridge, though, it has to be said. Every year we try and see if we can find a way to fix this problem, Ronald. Every year, because it causes us as much pain. Well, it causes us a ton of pain, so. What's my opinion on the 220? Given I work for Dovetail, probably I'm the wrong person to ask that. My answer is going to be biased. It's amazing, obviously. But I will let the viewers answer that for you. They may be more impartial. Oh no, totally, Jess. Totally. Or even when you get to Plymouth, right? The line goes sort of up here and then up there, and there's freight yards around here, and then it comes across Saltash before it heads over. But then I would put it all the way to Penzance, you know, because I like this area. And one day I'm going to get the Loo branch. One day. I keep specking out routes that include the Loo branch, but they never quite make it. It's going to become my version of the Medway Valley lines that James Lewis is always going on about. Yeah, I've always liked I like the operations on the Loo branch as well, because you come from Liscard down that loop to go under the main line, and it's quite a heck of a drop. And then you stop. The guard gets out, or the driver, someone gets out, changes the junction, and then you can drive down the Loo branch. It's just like, oh, it's just really interesting little quaint operations. And then you've got the cement place down there, I think, as well. Sly Raccoon, if you can record some clips of what you don't like the AI sound, the voice sounding like, and maybe find some clips or record your own clips of what you think it should sound like, we can certainly pass that on to the audio team. Right, we're almost at the point where we get our last thrash into Plymouth. Oh, the GWR remaster is absolutely epic, David. What's the maximum mileage for route in TSW? So there's no technical limit. Well, there probably is a technical limit, but it's hundreds of miles. We've never found the technical limit. Where you end up with a technical limit is because of it's the Unreal models a flat Earth, and obviously the real Earth is a globe. We're all on the same page with that, right? And if you try and take a globe and flatten it out, then everything distorts. So beyond about a couple of 100 miles, 300 miles, something in that territory, that the level of distortion starts becoming too much. And then it starts becoming difficult to do anything realistic at that level. So you need something which can model. So that's the sort of one of the limits. Another limit is the amount of track work you've got and how busy the timetable is, and that is a memory-based limit. So, like if you've got a two-track main line that's 400 miles long, then that's not going to be too much of an issue. However, a four-track main line with lots of big chunky stations and some Frankfurts in there, it can't be more than about 30 miles or 40 miles, or it starts causing problems, especially if it's also got a big timetable, because the entire track for the entire route and the entire timetable and everything the timetable is doing throughout 24 hours is always in memory. So Riley, you're getting a bit annoyed at stalling on the gradients between Ditton Junction and Weaver Junction. You're going to have to get good then, Riley, I'm afraid. What was I talking about? Completely forgot what I was talking about. Someone remind me what I was talking about. Oh, route lengths. That's what we were talking about. So yes, the amount of track, the complexity of track, the busyness of the timetable, those ones are memory-based limits. Then you've got the curvature of the Earth problem, which is the universal translocator mapping that puts things out. I think those are the only constraining, well, they're the only practical constraining limits. Then you've got other constraining limits, which are how long it takes to actually make the route. I mean, do you want to make a route for 10 years? You could spend 10 years making a route, but then, well, hopefully you've got another source of income. It's a boring practicality, but it's a realistic one. How come UE has a flat Earth? Because it's for the 99.9% of games that Unreal Engine allows you to, people make with Unreal Engine, they don't need a spherical Earth, and spherical Earths add an awful lot of complex maths that flat Earths don't. It's meant to be a thing, racing games over a short, over racing tracks, and who cares? You can't feel the sphere of the curvature of the Earth at that scale. Or it's for first-person shooters where again you can't feel the curvature of the Earth at that scale. There's all sorts of things. It's complete overkill for in most cases. There was originally intended to be a briefing for TSR's Ronald Irwin, but it didn't make it, so something's still to be done. Sorry, Peter, did I miss your response? What is the problem you're having with the 802? Speed up now. Hello, Lara. things like Snowpiercer and Back to the Future trains would be an expensive novelty that probably people would struggle with. Until there's a really good case for them, then probably not. Ooh, double Voyager. Scott, what frequency you got set to normal? Try setting to low. I think high is 100%. I can't remember. I think mid might be like 80%. So I need to see. But yeah, I'm sure we do need to tweak these things a bit. We've got no plans to do a 221 at this point, Josh. That's not to say we won't look at one in the future, but we haven't got any plans to do a 221 at the moment. Peninsula Corridor, I don't think it's ready yet, K-Rail fan. It'll be coming soon though. Just hasn't quite made it for today. Recovered from the 10+ hour stream. Just about amazed taste. Someone was on here earlier on talking about Gembel and you missed it. Ronald Owen, I will be streaming on my personal account at some point. I haven't decided where. Oh, the weekend. I'm doing 2-day streaming extravaganza for charity for one special day. So yes, this weekend.
We are now approaching Plymouth.
Well, like a Diesel Legends of the Greater Western. Logo shed. I'm a fan. Yeah, it's the second one is this. I didn't realise until Monday. I think Alex sent me a message saying, "Just realised one special day is on Saturday. Are you doing it?" I'm like, "I guess I am." Yeah. What, amazed taste? You're not giving me your undivided attention? Scoff.
This is Plymouth.
Lucas Stoker, unbranded Peninsula Corridor. I don't know what the time scale is for that. It shouldn't be long, hopefully. Did anyone see what Peter Edmonds' issue is with the 802? I'd like to have a look at that. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the Le Voyage. I haven't figured out what the charity stream schedule is at the moment. At the moment, it starts streaming around probably 12, finish streaming when I'm tired, and do the same again on Sunday. Right, so let's go back here. This time we'll do a free roam. No, what am I doing? What am I doing? Free roam. Exeter depot. Now let's go to Exeter St David's. We'll go that, and that. I'll go that. No plans to make sleeper stock. No, no one has been able to convince me it's a good idea. Many people have tried. Right, so if we spawn a Voyager, empty, spawn. Where does it think the cab doors are open? Let's have a look at the other end. Okay. Yeah, what I'm trying to understand is what does restart with safety systems? Does that mean when you've missed an AWS or missed a vigilance device and it's crashed you out? Is that what that means? So that worked. So that feels like one of the cab doors needed resetting. I mean, I could just blame it on faults, yeah? Well, but no, it's a bug. Can other people just try that as well? Open and shut all the cab doors. I'm going to just despawn this and respawn another one and try. I'll just go over here and do another one. Let's do another one. Just try it first and so if I put the key in, put it in forward, take it out of power and the brakes are stuck. Shut that. And we're still getting an error message. Right, so we open and close that one. Run down. Run down here. Hey, Elizabeth Climb. And that works. Right, so the Voyager has a problem with one of the cab doors. I'm just going to go back to my notes from my weekend stream. Voyager spawn free roam point. do something we wish we hadn't, and need to open and close cab doors to right. Now let's pop it into emergency and then bring it out of emergency. So that works on PC at least. So can someone try the emergency on console for me? Right, okay. Let's shed up. Would it be quicker to just 8-cam? But realism, Jason. It's working fine on Xbox. Emergency doesn't work on Steam on 220. Right, what's your repro steps then, Londo? What do I need to do to reproduce that issue? Just run a service? We're in emergency. Boom, we've stopped. Right, now bring it out of emergency. Put it into power. Let's come off. What problem are you having, Londo? Have you let the game update? That's definitely better than it was before. Oh, judging now, Jason. Judging. You're not wrong, but still. T-Dog, if you're free roam spawning a Voyager, you'll need to open and close all the cab doors, I'm afraid. I've made a note. Right, let's do a shed. I need to get back driving some trains. What seems like a suitable shed? London Euston. Let's do that one. Let's do Blazy to Westbury, part 2. Part 3. Oh, that looks interesting. That looks a bit interesting. That's odd, Londo Spark, because there was an update, I believe, today. Okay, reverse it in and on. Those four are all on. That on. Put the night lights on. Don't want the desk light on. Oh, it's a water train. In which case, I'm going to use the railhead treatment train. Let's use the right 66. Railhead treatment train. Brakes off. We've got the control panel now. Oh yeah, AWS, forgot about that. It's down here somewhere. No. DSD and AWS. Do you mean in the store on the platform, Scott? I'm not aware of any reason why not. I would suggest you ping a message to our community team. They're on our Discord if you're on there, and see whether or not they're able to provide any advice. Suffice to say, it should be. You won't be able to make a SimSig over the API if Cooper. The API is effectively meant to give train driving into access. So it gives you deep dive into SimiGraph. It gives you everything you need to create the track, monitor what signals are up ahead, but you've got no means of actually querying or changing what's going on in the route. Just driving the train essentially. You can change the weather, but I'm sure that's useful for you. I'm guessing I haven't turned this on. Oh well, I can't remember how you drive that thing. See you later, Riley. Amazed Taste, is the editor out yet? That's a good shout. I don't know is the answer to that question. Yeah, it's always top and tailed, Liam, because that way it can sort of go up and then down and around and up, and they haven't got to keep running around trains or anything like that. Thanks, Lucas. You have to press the active button at the bottom of the controller. I never said I was competent. How do I change the horn tone on the controller? You need to press the operation shift, which is X. Well, I'm assuming you're on player. It's square on PlayStation, and then you press the horn and you get the other one. You press and hold it. Hey Aidan, how are you? I'm doing alright, thank you, Lewis. The GW remaster doesn't change the era of the route, Stuart, so it will have electric poles everywhere it has currently, which I think means you're electric out as far as Airport Junction. It's so long since I've used this thing, I can't remember how to drive it. Ah. Still not there. Oh hello, 60 limit. Oh, what's the speed limit, Rob? Or are you just judging me? Flip the 3 switches, they are already on. There's probably a specific sequence it's got to be done in. Tried the new suspension risen ball. Oh, excellent. What train did you try it on? Taserface. So there is actually a bug at the moment where the TSR, once you've been on a route with a TSR, it will then, all the following routes will have TSRs, regardless of whether they're supposed to. No matter what signage, that will be wrong. That bug will be fixed soon. I saw videos of the locomotion replica. Yeah, look really good. Then you have to press one of the buttons until it lights up. I was wondering if there was a button I had to press and hold. No. Oh, you don't think the spray is visible on Todd4 routes? Oh, really? If you're having problems, Ultimate Gaming, getting your content from 5 to 6, then if you jump on our official Discord or raise a support ticket, someone can help you. We've got people, the community team are sort of around until late tonight. What am I most proud of with TSW6, Brylar Gaming? I mean, the routes, the content is, I think, some of the best that's been put in the package. But feature-wise, announcements, without a shadow of a doubt. Hey Alex, how are you doing? There you go, folks. Everyone who's got problems at the moment, jump on Alex. Daniel Gould, I must admit I would like to see a C2C route. In fact, a long time ago, back in the days of Microsoft Train Simulator, I actually did a little research on building Fenchurch Street to Southend, is it? And the various routes to get there. I'm not sure how appealing it is though, because there's very little actually runs on it. It's mostly just one or two classes of train outside of the freight area. So, I don't know. Yes, Scott Bortwood is making it for TSC, yeah. No, actually, that's not a bad point. Actually, it would be similar to the likes of around London Underground and Overground. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, actually. The point is made, though, Derek, that Bakerloo line doesn't see much variation either. Oh, Alex, one for your list. I'll put it into, well, maybe if you put it for a moment, you can stick it in Jira for me. If not, I'll do it tomorrow. On the Voyager, certainly on PC, I believe other platforms too, if you spawn the Voyager in free roam, then when you try and drive it, it won't, because it thinks one of the cab doors is open, and the fix in quotes, the horrendous hack, is to I'll go and open and close all of the cab doors, and it resets it, and then it works. So if you get people who can't drive the Voyager in free roam, that's probably the reason. It's a quick and easy fix, it's just annoying. And likewise, it looks like the emergency brake control bug has been fixed, but I didn't see it in the patch notes. So I don't know why it wasn't in the patch notes. I'm sure it's on the list somewhere. Thank you, Alex. Train guy, why can't you see the ICU train on TSW6? Do you mean actually in the world? Have you enabled the layers? Remember, layers start defaulted off now. The 66 physics haven't been touched, Amaze Taste. "13 miles to Newton Abbot." I think what we'll do is we'll do Newton Abbot and then we'll go down to Paynton and then we'll move on, rather than doing another 40 minutes, because it'll be getting dark. Well, it will be dark by then. Yeah, I tried it earlier on, and I think other people have confirmed, maybe someone can shout out in the chat, that they've validated it's fixed on Xbox as well, but I did it live on the stream, both with a free roam train and one in the service mode, and it worked. We have had a couple of people not getting the update on Steam. Londo, I don't know if you can say what you had to do to make the update come through. Will station announcements come to old routes through time? I don't want to promise that, Stuart. I'd love to do it, and the system has been designed to be reasonably straightforward to add to routes, but we don't have it on any plans at this point to do it. Monty Burns, Wakey, braking issue on the Voyager is also fixed on the PlayStation 5. Awesome, thank you. PS5 sound bug, tripod should all be fixed. The update went out today to fix that. I don't think we do, Alias, no. Alex, make sure you inform that Harry that I was driving a shed tonight, right? It's important. Cleveland PS5 sound is fixed as I'm playing TSW6. Nice, thank you. It's good to see bugs fixed, isn't it? Crossed off the list. Move on to the next one. In tunnel. I It's all a bit spooky going through the as the day disappears. Which controller method do you prefer? Do you mean out of classic and immersion, Subsonic? I always use immersion controls. I think I find them vastly superior to classic controls. Weymouth to Gloucester, that's the Portsmouth direct line, isn't it, Lewis? No, it isn't. I'm thinking of Weymouth Guildford. Hey Train Plays, how are you doing? Is PCB release on controller? Yes. So on controller, hey Voyager, hello. Oh, double Voyager. If you look in the controller mappings, you'll find that there is. If you use the operations shift, I don't know if I can see it on here. Let's have a look. Controls, gamepad controls. If you go to operations shift, you'll see you've got the fail 40 on this side, and you've got PCB release on this side, and that's if you hold down this button here. So square on your PlayStation and X on your Xbox. Going down Great Big Hill. Am I on the public builds? I'm on RC Preview, it has to be said. So I'm on probably the Ambassador build. But I must admit, I thought they were the same. I can soon go and have a look. Do. Yes, I'm on the same build as public one. Default and RC Preview are set to the same. So yes, I'm on the public release build. Yes, I have seen that Pannier tank, Scott. It looks very good. Totnes is this? Looks like Totnes. It's about the right distance from Newton Abbot. Wake up the neighbours. Now we've got the next bank, the steep one. Chris Hill, all up and running on TSW6. Had a little drive on the Riviera line. Looks great. More exploring tomorrow. Nice. Lucas, have you enabled all your layers? Do I use keyboard or gamepad? Subsonic, I'm using keyboard at the moment. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a keyboard, sometimes I'm in the mood for the controller. I like them both. Tower Flying Fellows, yeah, PlayStation 5 should be out. The tail marker light for the arrow is. We'll look at that next photo arrow if someone reminds me. Top of my head, I couldn't tell you. Passenger ambience, I can't remember, Christmas, whether the passenger ambience is done as a global thing or not. Lewis, my friend, what you need is the final frontier. Mickey, yeah, it should all be out and available on PS5 since about 6 PM. Bodan, this is Riviera Line. He has to think for a minute because I'm slow. What country is my favourite for rail? Generally speaking, I prefer German routes because I like PZB. 3 miles to go. Oh, we've got a fire in the sky in front of us now. How often do I travel on trains? Very rarely, actually, to be honest, for the most part, Trainland. First sign of tiredness, that means we've only got about 18 hours to go, Jason. I haven't opened the Steam Deck up in a bit, Ben. I've been a bit busy, but I wanted to have a look at Lossless, and there was another one there which did. Well, there's some things in Decky that will do frame generation and upscaling, and I was curious to see whether or not they would help and what they would do. But what I don't want to do is have a Steam Deck which isn't representative of kind of everybody else's Steam Deck. But most people probably aren't installing the likes of Decky and so forth. So. Not far to Newton now. That's the paint line over on the right. Oh, I don't know. It's like a 37 or something, Alex. Harry. Maybe an 08. Can't remember what number it is. Someone help me. What number? What train am I driving? Black 5, that was it, Scott. Yeah. Chris, which audio issue are you referring to? If you mean the screeching and so forth, it was fixed in an update today. Make sure you're running build 107. Problem is, it's kind of dark now. Chris, can you double check that you're on build 107 on your console? Denied. Hey there, Blackpool Matt. How are you doing? Right. Let us return to free roam. Oh, I'm not waiting until 2055. Right, let's do something different. You really enjoyed your 5 days early access. I'm really pleased to hear that, Blackpool Matt. Double check, because sometimes the consoles give an older version, Chris. So we've done some Riviera Line. Oh, we were going to look at Morristown next, weren't we? Arrow 3. Let's do Gladstone, Hoboken. That'll do. Yeah, your other switches are up here. Platform and number lights, your marker light, your bullseye light, and your vestibule light. That's your headlights. That one is your marker lights. Back here, we've got a fuse box, PTC. Oh, that's because the alerter is there. Yeah, tail light is that one. course it's bright daylight, so you can't really see. Right. Actually, I've still got the M3 disabled, Liam. I'll try that another time. And if not, I'll find out what's going on there. Right, next station is Short Hills. You mean the lights flashing, Faramira? Someone else mentioned that as well.
The next station stop is Short Hill. When leaving the train, please watch the gas.
Yeah, it sounds like a bug, Faramira. Hey there, Takatron. Welcome to the world of train simulation. It's not about building your own tracks. It's about driving trains. It's about doing what a train driver does. It's real-world locations. So I'm in New Jersey at the moment, heading into Hoboken. So it's the real-world locations, real-world tracks, real-world trains, and your job is to do what a real train driver does. Oops. Hey Andrew McDonald, how are you doing? Yeah, fall is quite pretty. In fact, this will be a fall one. There is a starter pack that's free, Takatron. So, I mean, download the free starter pack. It's available on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. It's yours to keep. It just contains something we call Training Center, which will teach you how to drive trains. It has a route that you can drive, which is just a simple area to sort of practice. And then if you do like what you sort of see, you want to try more, then there's the stuff available out to expand it. No, you don't need to charge the brakes, Liam.
The next station stop is Milburn. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Chris, it may just be a case of giving it a moment or doing check for updates. If you've got 106, that's the one we released into early access, which has the audio problems. 107 is the one that we just put out today. So if you have 107, then you have the right version. If you have the wrong version, then it might just be a matter of waiting. New up Broad Street. Skipping some stops. Skipping a whole bunch of stops, in fact. Oh, check us out going into the middle track. This is the bypass line. We've not done one of these before. We just go racing past everything else. No way! It just dawned on me what service I'm driving. Back in the previous streams I was talking about spawning in at orange at around 8:45, right? And then at about 8:48 or so you get a situation where you've got two trains coming in, stopping on either side, and then an arrow blasting through the middle. Welcome to that arrow. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. Made a mental note of this. 416. It's a cool service. It doesn't take much to make me happy, to be fair. I'm pretty easy to please. The 390 doesn't have announcements, Obi-Wan. Only the new trains in TSW6 have announcements. an up gradient now. How far are we from orange now? Orange. Guessing that 60 is probably in the vicinity of orange for the corner. No, Caltrain stuff isn't out yet. No! No, 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 don't ruin it! Gosh darn you! Oh no, it let me out, it let me out! Alright, full power on. No, traction lock. Right, this is about perfect. This is roughly what I see. Should be another one coming in. There it is! Timed! Luck. It wasn't luck, it was skill, dang it. As you could tell from all of the alarms that were going off. Right, coming up in Newark now. A, MA and NC rail fan. Oop, we've had a fault. The lights and dishing cross fuse. Speed's going to drop to 35. There it comes. Right, nearly at Newark Broad Street. I'm going to have to slow down again shortly. And we've got the yellow coming up. I'm going to put it in a gentle drop.
The next station stop is Newark Broad Street. When leaving the train, please watch the gas.
Have any of you had a wheel flat on the Arrow 3? There is a small percentage, apparently, when you drive on the Arrow 3, you'll get the audio sounds from having a wheel flat. Peter Jamieson, Riviera works flawless and Series S, no hitching on first or anything. Awesome! Thank you for sharing that.
Train to Dover is expected to arrive on track 3 in approximately 3 minutes.
User who is asking for an update on Santa Fe pack, keep an eye out for the next roadmap. We'll try and give any updates we have on them in there. Oh, I've got that fault to fix, haven't I? Which one died? That one. How narrow is the platform access? What do you mean? Right, 30 limit. Well, 20 limit actually. No, it is 30. We should see a Dover-bound train coming the other direction in about a minute. Probably a bit less. There it is, look. The one that was announced on the tannoy a minute ago. Put in 44 hours on the early access. Well, nice one, Monty. If any of your family ask you where they were, I'll say you were doing productive things. because taking care of yourself is productive. I think you just have to redefine productivity, Andrew. And I'm being serious, because looking after yourself is being productive. Every day in TSW is what I like to call a positive mental health day. Totally agree, Transit Society. Totally agree. Monty, TSW has been my world since 2020. I'm autistic and other personal issues. TSW and driving trains is my escape. Oh, I'm touched to hear that. Thank you, and I'm glad you found an outlet. Train simulation has been my outlet for a very, very long time now. 25 years, crikey. So I totally get that. But yeah, don't ever let anyone get down on you for taking a day out to do nothing or just play games or whatever. It's the secret to productivity, and in the traditional term, is sometimes doing nothing and recharging. Shmigag, am I alone? Hopefully there's nobody else in here, otherwise it'll be a bit creepy. My wife's in there and my son's up there. That's it if he's at home. Indeed, Scott. Everyone has their hobby. Put the hammer down. We're going to get, this is our last good signal. Going to get brought down to 30 for the bridge. Here it comes. I nearly blew it. I totally get that, Jason. Having a 90-minute blast on the 101 DMU can do the job. The announcements on the platforms are really cool, aren't they, Train Sim Society? They're one of my favourite things, actually. It's one of the things I've been looking forward to since we put the PIS in, just the idea that this could get all the announcements working on the platforms, and sure enough, it really did make the difference. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. It's because cab signalling is limited to 20. I'm sitting there looking at the track signal. That's really cool, Train Sim Society. Opening live translations on Google Translate. Every time an announcement goes off, it reads it in English. That is really neat. Why the heck didn't we think of that when we were trying to test it? Kept going, right, this is good, there are announcements, go and get a German person to see if they're actually any good. Oh, you want to talk retro gaming? I treated myself this Christmas. I've got too many wires. Too many wires! I'm caught up. Real good, right? What did I treat myself to this Christmas? Oh. I bought a rubber keyboard Spectrum. How cool is that? It's really good. And while I'm leaning into the cupboard of derelicts, where I store myself, who can tell me what that is? Who can tell me what that is? Most of you are going to be too young. Yeah, they just redid the rubber key Spectrum. It's obviously not got the same internals, but it's a very, very good version of it. This thing is not a PC, right? This is the top side. The front is where all the interesting stuff happens. So it's trying to... I don't know if you can see it. It's the bottom, lots of stuff written on the bottom. The back has a gigantic 25-pin serial connector on it because USB didn't exist back then. Yes, Londo.
The next station
It's a very
stop
particular
is
kind of modem that
Hoboken.
was a very, very
When
popular
leaving
one.
the train, please watch the gas.
It's a US robotics courier. They were kind of the elite standard back in the day. Saved up my paper round money and bought it. It was like 300 quid. And that was back when dinosaurs rolled. When I bought it, it wasn't 56k. It is now because you can upgrade them. One of the reasons I bought the courier is because they had an upgradable infrastructure architecture inside. I think when I bought it, it was 16k8. Then I upgraded it 28.8, then 33.6, then 56k. Something like that. Can you imagine saying 56k with a straight face and thinking it was a good deal? But I ran a bulletin board on that modem. USS Megabyte BBS. Who remembers BBSs? I'm just really old, leave me alone. My first modem was a 2400. It was an ex-British Telecom thing, it was enormous.
This station stop is Hoboken.
Where is the bell on the arrow? I don't think this thing got a bell. I know when I press B nothing happens. It says bell on the right, but I don't think it has one. You got your horn. Yeah, I don't think there is a bell. Yeah, I had the Atari 2600, had the N64. Did you have the 4 megabyte memory add-on for your N64? And could you figure out why you had that? Not all trains have a bell. Yeah, emus don't generally have them. Oh, it's just because I'm early, isn't it? You needed it for Majora's Mask, did you? Oh, I bought it when there's a Star Wars game, and I basically bought the memory module with the Star Wars game. But I have to say, this Spectrum is an impressive bit of kit actually for what it is. It's a very faithful recreation of it. They got all the original molds, I think, for it. So the keyboard feels spot on. And from what I gather, it even has some of the flaws the original Spectrum had as well. They've with the way that certain key combinations work. It comes with a whole bunch of games on it, and what I hadn't realised at the time was that the more games, the more time it's got Horace Goes Skiing, I think, on it, and if you play Horace Goes Skiing for a bit, you get Horace and the Spiders unlocks after a little bit. Right, okay. That was Morristown line. Gabe gear. I like that, Londo. Let's do the 45 now. Where is it? I'm blind. There it is. Let's go from Hoboken. Don't really want to do an hour and a half. Hoboken to Summit. Oh, I can do that. That sounds good. Let's go back to July. Static weather, windy bit of fog. Yeah, Thomas, that's what this thing is. My modem was a V-dot everything in the end. By the time it had daughter card updates and processor card updates and God knows what. Right. Put that in. Put that on. Headlights on. Ditch crossing lights on manual. That looks good. Good, open the doors. Yes, you can download games. It's got a USB port on the back. It was really cute. They made a micro drive, so a USB drive in the shape of a micro drive. And if you don't know spectrums, you won't know what a micro drive is, but all you have to understand is it was cute. It was really cool. It was a tiny little micro drive. I went onto eBay to see if I could buy one, because you can't buy them from the shop. They were just, I think, given to YouTubers and the like. Yeah, they're expensive. Subsonic trying out the Star Tradition and really enjoying it. Awesome! That's really proper. I'm really glad to see it. What sort of things have you been doing with it? Ditch lights on auto means it will react to the bell, but from what I gather, NJT drivers keep it on, keep the ditch lights on. Tutorial mostly, good fun. Excellent. Hey Andrew, glad you're enjoying. Got a yellow at the bottom. Red down here. Yeah, we had the Opus Discovery one, Nick, and then I upgraded it after a while to the Miles Gordon Plus D, which was much quicker and supported 1.44 megabyte floppies. Ooh, high density nonsense. Someone hand me a hand drill. You kind of have to be old enough to know what a hand drill would do in this circumstance, I guess. Scott, you got to drive a HST? Definitely not. Definitely not jealous. Are you admitting you know what a hand drill does to a 3.5 inch floppy, Londo? It was bizarre that that even worked. Yeah, indeed, Londo. The gist that I heard was that basically, after a certain point, the HD discs were so commonplace that they still wanted to sell double density discs. So basically, all double density discs were HD discs that failed quality checking. I got to drive a little Sentinel shunter on the Bluebell. They were doing driver for a $5. That was quite fun. Sellotape and a VHS cassette. Yes, pencils and an audio cassette, Lundo. That box of 3.5-inch discs in the office stationery cupboard, Yana Dunk, are probably one of the like they've got some like crucial bit of information on there that no one can figure out that you can't replace anymore. So they've got to keep it in the original format. Yeah, and we had a Betamax Sony C7E Londo, built like a tank. I did like Betamax, it has to be said. Attic Attack is on the is on this thing. Right, we're leaving Hoboken on our way to Summit. This looks like an ECS run. Possibly, Joshua, possibly. Jet Set Willie, Manic Miner, some of the greatest. Jetpack. I believe it was in there, Train Sim Society. I'm not sure why. There's a couple of things I think have been missed out of the fault that they've patched out, like the Voyager's fixed. But the yeah, I think some things have been tweaked on the faults. I'll double check tomorrow what didn't go in there. All of the Dizzy games, Londo. The Origins of Codemasters. Adam Cressy, audio PS5 faults confirmed fixed by multiple people. You liked Chucky Egg. What did you think about Chucky Egg 2, Blackpool Matt? Controversial, but I quite liked it. See now, Mastertronic. There's a thing. We used to go in when I used to go. We go shopping on a Saturday when I was young, and go for a wander around the shops. And we go into the paper shop, and there was always the Mastertronic stand, and go in there, get a couple games for £2.99 each. Yeah, they were normally upstairs in sort of the electronic sections, and certainly in Bury St Edmunds, which had 2 floors. Kickstart, that was the motorcycle game, wasn't it? Side-on view, Yana Dunk? Right, we get some speed up now. Everything I'm playing here is current build, public build, yes, Lucas. Yeah, I remember Kickstart. Match Day, I think a lot of people's first game was Match Day. It was one of the original titles, wasn't it? Oh wow, went from a ZX81 to a 386. I went from a Spectrum to a Spectrum 128, and then we got the Amstrad PC 1640, which was an 8080. Is it an 8086 or is it an 80186? I think it was an 8086. I think it was the RM Nimbus that was the 80186. David Magnum, they won't have new features, but they'll have whatever they had before. Took too long to apply. It was, for some reason, I sat in the lap state forever. Yeah, we had lots of... Oh, look at that one flying over the top. I don't know if the GW remaster will have full TSW6 specs, Blackwell Matt. Remember, Liam started this a long time ago. I can't remember what he hasn't done from a TSW6 perspective, but I would assume you won't see much. Marine Monster. So the majority difference is in the new content. It's core features in the game, but actually they're not used until you have the content for it. The old content doesn't really make use of it. Although if you've got Manchester Airport Commuter, that's got the Voyager. It's got announcements. So some people are saying anyway, not everybody. Confusing. Kearney Junction. When I was young, fun fact, when I was young, Cleveland, I used to, and people would say, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I'm like, I never used to understand why people were computers. I'm like, but how can you be a computer? And it took me a long time to realise that what they were actually saying was commuter. Kind of work was done to optimise the game core. There's not been substantial work yet. That's in progress, but there was a big chunk gained back on the Series S in return to memory. So Series S benefits quite a bit from some upgrades to the core platform development kit. Ferramero, Jason, can you send Ferramero a link to your magical spreadsheet, please? Oh, have I broken cardinal rule number 1, Londa? I'm playing trains, I'm always having fun, MANNC Rail Fan. Got to do a power change over here. I wouldn't say it's trivial to add things like announcements, but it's not that complicated. You've got to record all of the announcements, write the scripts, place all of the speakers in all the platforms, place them all in the trains, and hook it all up. It's designed to be relatively straightforward, but it's not trivial. Definitely not trivial. Why you got me stopping there? Now I'm just going to stop here. Because I need to go electric.
Electric
Hello?
mode requested. Command the pan up for 3 seconds. Transition into electric mode started.
Castle Luxembourg. I don't know if that's the longest trip. I think it is. That's it. We're good for Summit. Oh yes, that reduction is because of this is the ATC held down through these curves. Let's drive it like we stole it till we're told otherwise. The engine shutting down. Put little brakes on. I've got to go down to 35. MANC Railfan, yes, we're in New Jersey. We just left Hoboken by Newark Broad Street. We are now on our way to Summit on the Morristown line. Hey there, Eddie, how are you doing? Yes, the NJT cab car and multi-level coach are now part of training centre. We're trying to find ways of reducing some of the duplication going on. Fredzilla, why aren't 45 and hour 3s on New York to Trenton? Because we need to update the New York Trenton timetable to bring them in. We don't have any plans to do that at the moment. It doesn't just happen. It needs us to author all of that stuff in, and that's not a 5-minute job. Yeah, I haven't watched your video yet, Train Sim Society. It keeps coming up when I fire up YouTube, but I haven't had time to watch it. Try and do that in the next couple of days. Drop down for this TSR 45. There goes access. You can't add TSRs at the moment yourself. They're entirely automatic, Londo. Honestly, at the moment on YouTube, Train Sim Society, I've been watching videos about the Sims and the stuff going on there at the moment with EA. Fun times. $60, let's go. I was playing The Sims the other day. I think I accidentally stayed up until 4 AM playing The Sims. I didn't stop doing that. It must have been orange we just went past. Hey Great Wolf David, how you doing? What service is this, Max? This is X35. The longest I've streamed playing TSW, just playing TSW, probably about 15-16 hours. But mixing up with TS Classic as well, I did 2 24-hour streams that were actually 26 hours. But I don't think I did either of those exclusively with TSW though. I'll be doing 2 12-13 hour streams this weekend, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, on my own channel, raising money for Special Effect. Oh, Eddie, you know the on-foot example we were looking at sometimes? I'd said if you spawn into orange at 8:45, you get 2 multi-levels coming in and arrow racing through the middle. I accidentally found the service with the arrow and drove the arrow through the middle. It was absolutely everything I hoped it would be. I'll give it a try, Liam. Not right now. No, the 26-hour streams were a bad idea, Londo. A bad idea. I know, who'd have thunk it though? Crazy, yeah? Couldn't have predicted that. We generally release on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Fredzilla, I think. Tuesday is our preference. We never release on a Friday because if anything goes wrong, no one's here on the Saturday. And ideally it's Tuesday because you get Monday for any preparation, final work that needs doing, Tuesday to do the release, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for looking after players. You know, so Tuesday is kind of our ideal for releasing something. I can't remember, Londo. You should be able to wind the video back and find it, but I can't remember. I did pop up the service. If you look for the one I was driving with the arrow. It starts in Summit, and it's about, I don't know, 8:35-ish, something along those lines. Because you need to be going through Orange at about 8:50. .416. Liam, you rock. Summit Wall Trek. 3.8 miles. I know it's unlike me to forget anything, Matt, Eddie. Like your name, for example. I will be starting somewhere in the region of what I've told Alex is I'm probably going to go from like noon to midnight. I may start earlier. I've said noon to midnight because that way, if I feel tired, and I might feel tired, I can have a lay-in. But if I get up and I'm all about and I'm just sitting there, I'm just going to press the start stream button and get on with it. Good for 50. Nice one, Transim Society. Needs to be like a volume setting on the client side of a stream to where you can turn off certain sounds. Then half the viewers have just turned my voice off, I know, but was 11 till 1 last time. Yeah, 11 is a more reasonable time. I might start at 11. I enjoy it. It's for a great cause, and you know, I like playing trains. What can I say? Good night, Tripag. Thanks for joining me. I don't know if you spotted this earlier, Train Sim Society, or anybody else for that matter. We were number 9 on Steam's top sellers. How the heck does that happen? I love it. More and more people are getting into simulation. Brilliant to see. Oh, we're going uphill, that's why we keep slowing down. Yeah, I don't think I've seen it 9. I mean, it's normally, you know, we normally check, and so, you know, on the release day we get on the sort of like in that page, but number 9, that's including Steam Deck. That's I'm very happy with that. The ditch light's fuse has tripped. Go. Harlem line. It's kind of a Metro North. I'm sorry, MTA thing, Liam. So Long Island and Metro North both do it. See you later, Ben. Enjoy your holiday. Glad you're enjoying it, Christoph.
The next station stop is Summit. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
It's an unusual one, isn't it, Eddie? And yeah, there was plenty to look at. Good night, Blackpool Matt. I like loud alert sounds, has to be said, Train Sim Society, but I get the request to have a volume control. Boom. Right, let's do a little Dresden. I think we just start off with a blast on the ICE. I think it's got to be done. Make sure your layers are showing the correct 45 out of 45 if you've got and you've got it all enabled, otherwise you'll be missing AI traffic. Right, Dresden Wiesbaden is westbound. That'll do. Not fussy. A little fog. A little cloud. ECM2, I'm going to do two more things. Two more Leipzig runs. So I'm aiming for as close as possible to midnight, but it's probably going to be a little bit after. Okay, 1652 Dresden Wiesbaden service. Let us start by putting it in forward, opening the right doors. Let's not open the right doors, that would be the wrong doors to open, Matthew. Let's open the left doors. Right, let's go in here and play with the switches. That one, that one, that one. GNT, NATEC. Next we need AFB on, so AFB, Wiesel Freigabe, come out of there, set this for a departure speed of 40, it'll probably happen to me once or twice today, Super Steve. Normally, once the train has stopped, you press the end button and the page down button. One of the two will cancel it, depending on what's going on. Well, the Seller's 150 miles an hour, isn't it, Eddie? I can't remember what the 411's top is. It's only about 200 kilometers an hour, so probably the Acela. Shut the doors. No, you can't observe the trains that are not in there. They haven't been modelled 732. The tracks are possibly there, but the trains won't be. Oh, we're leaving Dresden. Okay. I love all the echo in Dresden.
Im Zug ICE 1652 nach Wiesbaden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Dresden Neustadt. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Announcements for new routes only, David.
Sifa, Sifa, Sifa.
Dresden, Neustadt, Riesa and Leipzig. Kilometers an hour at that signal. ZS36.
Zifa. Zifa.
There's Friedrichstadt off to the left. Dresden Mitte, I think, up there to the right.
Zifa. Zifa.
We've got the Stamford route coming, user. If you look at our articles, you can get a little more information about it. BR612 heading in into Dresden. Meanwhile, we're up to over 80 kilometers an hour on our way to Dresden Neustadt.
Zifa. Zifa.
ZS3V6. Glad you're enjoying them, Super Steve.
Zifa. Zifa. Zifa.
5.
Nächste Station Dresden-Neustadt. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Doors are open on the right hand side.
Zugbeeinflussung.
143, that looks like an airport train head on the right hand side there. We've got Talent 2 coming in on the left. Cleveland, there is not one person that would accuse me of being a good driver. Not one person. Let's AFB back up to 80.
Fahrt 8:26.
Yeah, the thing to remember, Lucas, is you have to turn the layers on. If you don't turn on by default, but now they're off by default, you need to remember to turn them on. Or use the, in settings, go into general, enable all timetable layers and set that on. Shut doors. Ooh, 101 coming in. Off we go. Now we're off to Racer.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug
Mick died. Well, it says it's sending it.
52 nach Wiesbaden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Riesa. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Oh, tilt action. Can everyone still see the stream?
SIFA. SIFA.
Oh, there was a burp on the server side. You mean you can't hear me? Can anyone hear me? Because the microphone's still sending. There's nothing wrong with the microphone. Yeah, fine. Okay, cool. If you're having everyone who's having problems, can you just tell everyone to refresh the stream? Something's burped somewhere. Northeast Rail, promptly breaks. What platform are you on? Cool, thank you folks. I don't think I've run the IC this way. I think I've run it twice in the other direction, but I don't think I've run it this way.
SIFA. SIFA. SIFA.
Oh, whizzing down the line now. On the relief line. Northeast Rail. Apologies if you've already answered the question. What platform are you on? Oh, you're on Xbox. You have answered the question. Can you exit the game and check to see if there's any updates? Can anybody else on Xbox confirm if the Voyager fix is present? We've proven it's there on Steam. Can I get someone on PS5 and on Xbox to confirm if the Voyager emergency brake fix is there or not? Michael Goff, Voyager fixes worked for you on and Martin Daniel. Right, so everyone's got the fix. So that suggests you'll run an older version that didn't get updated today, Northeast Rail. So it may be that you need to go and find a way of triggering that update. Thanks, Martin and Michael. But yeah, if yours, oh, actually, no, sorry. The Northeast Rail. How are you accessing your Voyager? Are you spawning it in via free roam, or are you just driving a service? Down to 130 as we swing over onto the relief line. Free roam. Right, so there is a problem. We've figured it out this evening, Northeast Rail. What you need to do once you've spawned it, and this is going to sound daft, bear with me, is go and open and close each of the cab doors. Basically what seems to be happening is when it spawns in free roam, there seems to be an interlock present where it thinks a cab door is open, and that stops it from releasing the brakes. What we found is that if I opened and closed all of the cab doors, that reset that interlock, which lets the brakes release. I have made a note of it, so I'll get it on the list to be looked at. But in the meantime, opening and closing all the windows, I mean the doors, is the answer. Using DRA in the 220. How do you mean, Sim Wildlife? Awesome. Yeah, we'll get a fix out so you don't have to worry about it. But yes, that use that trick in the meantime. It's just bad initialization, Northeast Rail. Oh yeah, no, Super Steve, I'm very happy to have the Leipzig route. If you apply that, the brakes are pulled and you can't lose it. Do you mean the emergency brakes in Wildlife? The only issues I'm aware of, and after you reset the DRA you get stuck. I honestly have no idea. Someone remind me to jump in the Voyager after this. So speak out the steps that I need to do to reproduce the issues in Wildlife. Is this spawning in a train on free roam, or are you doing it via service mode? What's wrong with the 350, the master? And where is the doctor? What have you done with him? If you can get me an exact set of repro steps in Wildlife, then I can have a look at it and hopefully we can get that in for a fix.
Zifa. Zifa.
Yeah, it was a bit. Fortunately, you can delete Train Sim Society, because what I was doing was, I think it was on my Saturday stream. I just went in there and deleted the BR101 that was stuck, and then waited for about 5 minutes. It was quite entertaining watching it all fixing itself after I deleted the 101. Having trains going all over the place until I got the path. I did a freight run from Leipzig to Dresden. Yeah, I believe we have a fix coming. I thought that would have been already out, actually, the master, but I meant that if not, then the fix is coming for that. I think all aboard simulations, when they've done it for a Birmingham crew, they've fixed our one at the same time. I need to ask about the donkey, Super Steve. I don't know if that's still a thing. No one tells me about the donkey anymore. That does make me worried that they don't do them anymore.
Zifa. Zifa.
I don't remember where the donkey spreadsheet is, Liam.
Zifa.
Oh, do shut up, Zifa. Yes, on one of my previous streams, someone mentioned the guard mode on foot not working. I think it's because people generally test it from the menu. So I will ask them to have a look at the guard mode on foot. No, they're talking about literal donkeys, Adam Cressy. So the art team like to put donkeys in routes. They put one donkey somewhere in the route. It's kind of like a little signature. Speed up again in a minute. Frontier gibberish. I am using the good old-fashioned keyboard. It should be fixed at some point, Super Steve. Just make sure you've logged the bug in our help desk so it doesn't get lost. The big golden donkey outside Dresden Neustadt. You've got the big statue donkeys in it just outside Cologne, outside Cologne. See you later, Scott. Thanks for joining in. Oh, hello. What was that? It was fun. That's what it was. Looking at the time, I think I might call it a night at the end of this run, to be honest. Got a whole weekend of it. I might do another stream later on in the week, like maybe Thursday. But yeah, I think we'll call it after this because it's going to be a little while yet before we get to Leipzig. The master, what I'm doing is I'm not promising what we're going to do on the older routes. We have no plans in the older routes. Does that mean it will never happen? No. We have gone back sometimes and applied some things to older routes for various reasons, but assume it's not coming. That's the safest bet. Super Steve, so I am going to be doing my charity stream for one special day, special effect, on Saturday and Sunday. That'll be on my channel, and I might do another one on my channel this week, maybe on Thursday or something. The cab doors, yeah, so basically if you're spawning a train in free roam Sim Wildlife, open and close each cab door on the train and then try.
Zifa.
Yeah, you like my train sim live. I've got a bunch of them. I've got one for trucking, one for farming. There's a Minecraft one because I used to have a thing called Down the Mine Shaft, which was good fun. Yeah, all done by the same band. They were really, really good. One of my viewers, Train Sim Society, has a band, and him and his partner, they did the Train Sim Live one for me completely as a surprise. They sent this thing over to me, and I'm just like, no way, you did not do that. And they sent it with the video, and I just used it straight verbatim as the thing. And then later on I went back to them because everyone kept saying on the stream, because I would have like days where I'd run farming sim, you know, for a few hours, and people were like, oh, you should have a farming one, and they did a farming one. And then I did all the trucking ones. So he and I co-wrote a trucking song. That's probably my favourite one of the lot. I really love how what they did there. And then they did a short like Rocky Poppy one for Down the Mine Shaft. It's really cool. It is really cool. I love it. And they're like I said, they're really good. There any talks about how far forward or back the camera can be in the cab, like in Classic? You can't move the camera in Classic, can you?
Zifa.
Yeah, if you look on my channel, on my YouTube channel, you can see I've got all the music videos in a playlist, if I remember rightly. clipped CIFA. It's not got any power on.
SIFA.
Did I play the brakes for 120 with the throttle on? No, I'm just using the AFB to drive the train. I don't think I've applied the brakes, but I might have clipped CIFA, which would kill the power. There's a couple of times I've been a little bit slow responding to it. The master, the problem is if you press 1 while you're sat in the cab and then press 1 again and then press the E key to stand up, whatever train you're on, you'll get ejected out of the cab. I became aware of this recently, so again it's on the list to look at. There was the cut, fair enough. Neutral section. CIFA will interlock if you will cut your power because it applies the brakes. That's what causes the lockout. What does the route map look like? We can have a look. That's the route map. So this is the original section here from Dresden to Riesa up here, and then this is the new bit all the way out to Leipzig here. CIFA is just a basic vigilance system, Adam.
SIFA.
It's like DVD, driver vigilance device in the UK, or alerter in the America. In the America? I can speak English good, me. Well, at least we get to speed up on the second leg. Slow this leg.
SIFA.
You saw the IC train at Leipzig move on its own without getting stuck. Ah, excellent. That's a relief. So when safety systems go off, if you don't slow down in time, do you have to set the brakes from a certain setting before pressing end? If you don't slow down in time, then the train will take you to a standstill, and there'll be bells and alarms and judgment and all sorts of things going off in the cab. You need to, with PZB, you need to know from looking at what's happening what you need to do. Now, the thing to remember is it looks complicated, but actually the only thing that the cab knows is 1,000 hertz impulse has come in, and the rules are the rules are essentially I have to get down to 85 kilometers per hour if 1,000 hertz goes off. It's there written in the cab. So there's 1,000 hertz. I'm already under 85 hertz, so we're all good.
SIFA.
So I do have a long video.
Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Rude. I do have quite a long video on the official channel, which talks about how German signalling works and then how PZB works with that. So if you're interested in, then I would suggest you watch that, because before we worry about PZB, learn the signalling first. 'Cause once you learn the signalling, PZB is kind of obvious.
SIFA. SIFA.
Hey Paul, how are you doing? Oh, thanks, one Jaconicus. I must admit, I don't know what the correct version number is. So, it's not 4.5 hours. It's about 3.5 hours. And at least the last hour of that is me demonstrating, just
SIFA.
trying some stuff out and demoing it in the game. It comes with extra PowerPoint, yeah? It's just, you know, it's a YouTube of PowerPoint. Everything you could ever want to know about German signalling and more besides. Delivered in the PowerPoint glory. It is a YouTube short for me, Londo. This is, I don't know why people keep saying, that video's so long. It's just like, really? I could have made it longer. For 60 kilometers an hour past that signal. Not letting me to be on time. No, it isn't. I've been doing it way too much, Hannah. Way too much. People are going to start expecting consistency. And I'm not here to promise that. We'll mostly deliver it. It's not 40, Liam, it's 60, because I've got a green yellow with a yellow bar on it. That means 60 past that signal.
Schließvorgang eingeleitet.
Ready for an on-time departure. Nah, Martin, I'll be fine. I mean, my blood pressure, the last thing I need is a Red Bull.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
And we're off. Have fun, Commuter. Thanks for joining us again. I think it wasn't putting me on monitoring because I was out of the distance and it was safe to release or something weird like that. Oh, I must have clicked C4 again.
SIFA. SIFA. SIFA.
Up there, see, that was where I clipped CIFA there. That's where I killed the power. Too slow on the CIFA. "61 kilometers." Crikey.
SIFA. SIFA.
If you watch my video, Londo, what you'll get the hang of the pattern, and it's quite easy because there is a pattern to it.
SIFA. SIFA. SIFA.
So green yellow is to expect a reduction, Londo Spark. On its own, it means 40 kilometers an hour at the next signal. At this signal. Green yellow with a yellow bar, so because this is HV signals. Green yellow with a yellow bar means 60, and green yellow with a green bar means 100.
SIFA. SIFA.
But broadly, green yellow means expect a reduction of some sort. Green yellow and red on their own mean what you'd expect them to mean. Yeah, if you look up the different German signalling systems, this one uses a mixture of HL and HV, I think it is. Someone correct me. And HV, I think, is what gives you the little bars along the bottom. And otherwise than that, it's the same as HL. And then, or this is HL, I can't remember. And then there's KS signals, which are the sort of the modern combined signals, hence the KS. But again, once you know the principles, there's actually a lot of commonality. I also put some images in the video with the PowerPoint that I did. There were images in there of all the different signal types in a lot of cases. Now, I didn't include the type that's on this route because we didn't have a route with them like that at this time. All the signals translate to Swangsbrims. So, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I know that feeling. The ICE3 has that super speed. This does in reality, but it doesn't in the game. LZB just enabled. Let's crank up the speed. Moncha Koenikus, again, all I can suggest is watch the video I've got on the main channel on German signals and PZB. LZB you don't have to worry too much about. The only thing you have to worry about LZB is coming out of LZB, and again I cover that in the video as well. I don't think we've done manuals, Liam.
SIFA. SIFA.
Oh, 70. LZB will take us through the temporary speed restriction though. Is there a link to the PowerPoint on that video description, Paul? Do you know? I'm sure I shared the PowerPoint, but I don't know where it actually ended up being shared. I know, but check this out, Londo. The train's driving itself through the temporary speed restriction. All I've got to do is press Q every now and again. We're almost down to the TSR. Entry.
Zifa, Zifa, Zifa.
We should get bumped up in a minute to accelerate again. There we go. And up goes the throttle. Yeah, it would be really good to have some sort of scenery there, Super Steve, because but the difficulty is dynamically adding scenery programmatically is next to impossible. You'd end up with it potentially being on the tracks or in a bit of other scenery. It would be very difficult to do. The only way you could do that is to author specific things, and I'd want it to be more random than that. Rather than you knowing where the TSRs, you'll eventually know where the sort of the 5 TSRs are on the route, and see which one is active. Whereas with this, it's completely random where on the route it'll put them.
Zifa, Zifa, Zifa.
Not only that, the other benefit of the system that we've got is that to add TSRs to an old route is literally just setting up a config file and making sure you've got the 3 assets to go with it, and that's it. And then testing it. Whereas if you had to author the assets into the route, then it would be a much more complex job. Whereas this way, in theory, it's a lot easier for us to put it into some older routes, so it becomes something we could potentially look at doing.
Zifa, Zifa, Zifa.
DW, why buy TSW6? I mean, the main reason is, do you want any of the new routes? Remember, the free starter pack is there, so for the next 6 weeks, grab the free starter pack. Even if you don't think you'll want it, get it anyway, because once it's gone, it's free, yours to keep once you've got it. Then you can bring all your existing collection over for nothing into TSW6, and if you don't buy any of the new content, you probably won't feel much benefit for it, no. But then there might be new content later on, like Birmingham Crew or Stamford or whatever floats your boat, and that stuff will then work in TSW6. If you don't go to TSW6, you can't buy any new routes that come out. You don't have to pay to go to TSW6. You can just get the starter pack, and please get the starter pack, even if you're not going to get the new routes, because once it's gone, it's gone.
Zifa, Zifa, Zifa.
So far the feedback's been very good on the dispatcher scenario, but we were talking about it in the beta group earlier on, and the consensus is it really only applies to the UK. Americans' railroads haven't used anything like a platform manager for a long time, and the German railroads don't use them that often, whereas we have them a lot more frequently, so it's kind of like we'd have to find, it would be a feature that would really be quite fake on American railroads, and otherwise than that only really appropriate on British. So I don't think it lands properly, to be honest. Smooth move, Londo. Smooth move. How do you get the starter pack, Angel in Disguise? Go onto the platform of your choice, whether it's PlayStation, Xbox, or Steam, or Epic Games, and you can you just look up Train Sim World 6, and there should be a free download on there of the starter pack. Can you not attach the scenery to the TSR so it would spawn with the assets wherever? But they might not be appropriate. Yeah? The TSRs are in a... Sometimes the TSRs are in the middle of two tracks. Sometimes they're on the outside. Sometimes they might be in a tunnel. There might be a building or a station or something nearby, and you wouldn't know that. So it would just put them anywhere. It'd look terrible. What are you looking for? What am I looking forward to in the upcoming routes? Probably Stamford of the two, but I'm also looking forward to seeing where Stuttgart goes. Matthew Knowles, your best bet is to go and read over our documentation, the FAQs and so forth on Dovetail Live. We posted articles since the Dovetail Direct about how it, certainly recently, about the differences between Gen 8, Gen 9 PC and so forth. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. I know that Gen 8 is missing a ton. Yeah, it may be that Day of the Dispatcher finds its home as a scenario each time round. I don't know how difficult it was for Liam to author it, but maybe that's the way it would be. But we're still talking about it because there may be ways we can make it applicable to other railroads. So we'll see. But yeah, in discussions. Speed dropping to 160. I seem to recall there's a curve in that area, isn't there? Sharper curve. Well, no, I think they both like Stuttgart, Liam, so I suspect it'll be a different tone. I think you get something like, they do come up pretty quickly, and ideally you should get a briefing at the start telling you, Florian, but you don't get the briefing at the moment. But I think you get something like a kilometre of notice or something like that. What do you call shift mode, Tom? Yes, sharp corner. There it is. The destination time at Leipzig is because they're doing a coupling instruction at the end. I think, and I think that I don't know why there's no timing in there actually, but I suspect it's related to the coupling instruction. Yes, there is some cracking third-party stuff coming up, Derek. Quite right. It's interesting you should say it, because I actually designed a feature called Shift Mode a couple of years back, Tom, which was meant to be kind of like a journey designer. I still really like it, because the idea is it could do a lot more than journeys, and you could share them on the Creators Club and things like that. Liam, what do you mean? Seen it on Riviera 2 where the Voyager doesn't have one, nor does the cab car on here. Accelerating again. 22 clicks to go. Well, back in the early days of TSW, one of the things I was encouraging people to do was to find chained things to do in service mode. So like spawn on foot at one of the stations like Hayes and Harlington, wait for a train to come in, pick that train up as a passenger and ride it into London as if you're starting your shift, then move over to a certain train and take that one over as the first train of your shift, drive that one to Reading, then pick up the next train from Reading back to London, and the idea being that you'd queue up all these different services with these different spawn times and so forth, and that was what I was encouraging people to do, and some people came up with some really, really clever examples of it. At some point, won't be for a little while yet, but at some point we'll get the end alarm come up. Well done, Angel. Enjoy it. Oh, the end of service arrival time. Yeah, yeah. I agree with you, Super Steve. It's a bit of a pain with the camera getting kicked about. I want to see what I can do about that. The idea was it wasn't very good for the camera to go inside scenery, but the problem is it's much worse, in my opinion, for it to get booted around everywhere. Yeah, that was it, Tomcat. That was it. Must admit, I've not done any more since. You know, it's been a long time since I've done chain service things. They take a while to plan out, and don't have any time. So yeah, that answers that question. Oh, hello, red light. Oh no, it's upgraded. No plans for Santa Fe passenger user. Hey Max, glad you're enjoying.
Zifa, Zifa, Zifa.
Can't remember whether the 2 camera does it.
Zifa, Zifa, Zifa.
The 2 camera's not getting battered around too badly, so they could try the 2 camera. Well, there is a developer making a P42, Lucas. That's one of the reasons I'm not making one, because I know that somebody else is making one. Hey Elliot, how are you doing? I'm fine.
Zifa.
On the acceleration curve down to 160. Actually down to stop. I've got to say, 8.5 making me nervous. Oh no, here we go. There you go, there's the ender.
Zifa, Zifa.
Drop down to 80. Yeah, 2.4 kilometers. We're almost at Leipzig now. Oh, I know what you mean, Super Steel. I was just wondering how what the 2 camera was like these days. Oops, I forgot that AFB isn't working.
Zifa, Zifa, Zifa.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Zifa, Zifa, Zifa.
Yeah, well the trick is you have to remember that end marker, responding to it and then dealing with it. Because you must be down below 160 kilometers an hour by the time you get to PZB, because PZB doesn't support above 160 kilometers an hour.
AFB, AFB, AFB.
Zwangsbremsung, Zugbeeinflussung.
Ah, it's too slow.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zwangsbremsung, Zugbeeinflussung.
Press the end key.
Zugbeeinflussung.
That's it.
Zugbeeinflussung.
It's released. in theory. There we go. We have sales on at the moment, I think, Angel in Disguise, particularly if you're on PC. So, a good opportunity to explore some stuff at a low price. Oh, a good 445. Yeah, Rapid Transit comes here. Rapid Transit is kind of around this sort of way. I think it goes shooting under there, or is it there? Can't remember exactly, but Rapid Transit's underground, over on the right. Hey Paul, how are you doing? No, Rapid Transit is the underground S-Bahn. It doesn't come into Leipzig Hauptbahnhof. Why are you not doing it?
Störung.
Zwangsbremsung.
Can't remember how you open the bloomin'. What's it now?
AFB.
Oh, there it is.
AFB.
With coupling control, AFB is actually active as well and keeping my speed to the right point. No, I didn't tab! Oh, you're annoying. Annoying game. Who made this game? Hang him up. How annoying is that? Right, okay folks, it's just gone midnight, so I am going to log out now. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for playing the game. If you've got any more questions, remember to jump onto our Discord, raise a support ticket. I will be back on Saturday and Sunday for the Special Effect charity stream on my own channel, and I might do something else on my own channel on Thursday or something. Alright folks, thanks a lot. I'll catch you later. Cheers everyone. Bye bye.